All right, what's up? Are you ready to do some vibe coding? It is Saturday, and we're at it again, ready to continue our work on OneUp and other things as well. So, just to recap, we're
absolutely. I'm ready to get back into OneUp and do some vibe coding.
Right, the agent is already awake. Let's see.
Great. What would you like?
So that one is running right here. That was definitely not the intention.
Tell me the next target, bug, or idea.
Let's quit
and
this.
I'll jump in.
Yeah, I do apologize about that. I had forgotten that I started it. So we are going to work on our free project. So we're doing a virtual world where you can meet others. We're doing the FastCoach app where you can use your materials, so YouTube videos, books, and so on to train a digital clone of yourself. And then we are doing the OneUp platform, which is the one I'm the most excited about, which is basically the Agent Fabric. And so for those who are not aware of this, Agent Fabric here is a system we're building out for agents to live in. And so the key idea here is we're having this core, which is what we are building. And inside of the core, you will have different agents. The agents can communicate with each other, and then you have a system agent. And so the way this works is we are building this out with a completely extensible set of an extensible methodology, right? So each of these apps or extensions or whatever you want to call them are web views with a corresponding code mode set of features. And so what that means is that if we zoom out here and we zoom in over here, oh no, my goodness. what you have is we're having this TypeScript console, which is the primary part of the whole fabric, and that controls every little bit in here. So when an agent needs to do stuff, it will send off TypeScript commands. We then have interfaces for this TypeScript thing, which is, so this is a sandbox that uses the V8 engine, and we have an interface where the system agent can talk directly to it. Let's make that clear that it's the system agent. We have an MCP server for it. And we have a API, we have shortcuts, and they're all talking through the same system. So we're having this TypeScript stuff that's doing that. What we've been working on in the past few days is making sure that the voice is working correctly. So we found a part of the system that wasn't working correctly when we were using ChatGPT real time, and so we have gone out of a tangent, writing our own ChatGPT real time. I feel like that might have been a wrong choice because there are so many complications in doing this, and it feels like we are not really moving as fast as I want to on this. But on the other hand, it does feel like a component we need to get right. So with that said, let's look at where we are. Let's start out by checking our Codex app. So hopefully soon enough we'll move out of Codex. And by the way, this is one of the things that I really want to have. So I want to have this OneUp app. I want that to be artifact centric. So you see this morning I created a new set of overlays where I can now promote our next event. Well, like that one I already had, but I created these. Join Discord, so come and join our Discord if you like. And also this try OneUp. Right now there's only a waiting list, but I would say if you feel that you want to try it out, go and sign up. The alpha version is going to be free, and I would love to hear your feedback on what you think. It's not packaged yet, and I think that's one of the things we're going to work on today. But before we get there, we are going to check out where our agents are at. So let's have a look at our gaming platform here. Well, not really gaming platform. So the idea here is to create a social environment where you can walk around with your avatar and you can have other people joining. So this is a little bit like Gather Town, but we're going to make it focused for coders, and specifically those who are just sitting and vibing a bunch of things, committing to GitHub. We want to be able to connect GitHub, and we want to be able to connect different things such that we get those stats in and you level up as you go through it. I believe that we're going to run this as a completely free community thing. I haven't really worked out the specifics of how this is going to work, but at least the first version, we're going to do a completely free server where people can just join and play from the browser. And I'm very curious to see how that's going to work out. I have a ton of ideas for what could be fun to do in a world like this. But before we get there, we need to get the basics going. And so if you recall from yesterday, we did actually get something going. We did manage to make it such that this system is, what they call, ready for multiplayer. So let's try to see if we can just get that up running here. Let me show you. So just going to copy this into another browser. And then let me check the mailbox for code. Now if we go back here, there should be a second player. Let's see if that one actually connects correctly. Interesting. Ah, there we go. Somehow there is a bug in the system where it doesn't quite show the other player on both the screens. So I think And there is also the reconnecting screen that's coming all the time. So I do think that there's work to be done here. The good thing is that Codex is just nicely standing and running our goal, trying to get to the end of this. And somehow, OpenAI reset my limit this night, so we have plenty of tokens to burn, and we are going to burn it all. Then getting back to OneUp. So one of the things we were trying to do yesterday was splitting out the sound. So we want to have different channels for the sound, and we also want to have a completely real-time ChatGPT experience. And this has proven to be... Wait, what happened to my screen? My screen disappeared. Just check. This also happened yesterday. So let's see what could be the reason for this. Interesting. All right, give me a second here while I figure this out, because that's not supposed to happen. Okay, it turns out that we had a loose connection below at the entry of the Mac Studio, but that's fixed now, so we can get on with things. Let's get back. So where were we? We were about to try this out to see if it actually works as it should. So if you recall, right, one of the problems we had was that whenever I was talking to the agent, it would mix things. We have kind of sorted that now. So when the system is playing, the music is going here, so I can turn that up and down. And now we will make it such that the agent voice is coming on this channel, which means that should be independent of the music. That seems to work, but then in building all of this out, we've reached a bunch of problems that includes getting a real-time experience, like something that actually feels natural. So we're just starting the system up here. Okay, just turning the music slightly down, and let's do this. Hey there, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine. Just waiting for your next instruction.
Good morning. What should we do today?
Let me check the current workspace and any pending work. Good morning. Today looks clear. The OneUp workspace is active.
Okay, so interesting. As we can see, it actually stops talking in the middle of everything, so we still have some bugs to deal with here.
Yes, that sounds like the call speech output is cutting off.
Let's try another thing. All right, and also it's... So it is still capturing its own. So, okay, we can see what's going on here. So if you see what's actually happening is that the agent's own speech is getting back into... Right, okay, and now it's doing a bunch of stuff. We will check that out in just a second. Oh my goodness. I don't want to see what it actually did there. Okay, anyway, let's see. Let's start. First things first, right? It's pretty obvious what's going on here. So it starts saying something, and it says it sounds like the output call is cutting off, and then it captures cutting off as speech input. It stops what it's currently doing, and then it's capturing that, and then it just ends up in this dead dooms loop. That's really, really suboptimal and not what we want. So we need to get Claude to fix that. We have a whole bunch of logs here about what's going on. I'm not going to look through those ones. That can be the job of Claude. Let's get back to Claude and just tell it to do its job. So I'll send it here. So as you can see, the agent is capturing its own speech, which results in a loop. Please consult the OneUp logs and carefully assess what needs to be done to fix this. I'm so much looking forward to getting the Claude workspace into our OneUp agent, because once we have that, we'll get to a point where everything can be spoken to, and it will be a lot easier to coordinate between the agents. Right, so we can have one agent that's only concerned with reviewing and keeping track of specs. So we could basically create a project manager agent, and we can make a coding agent and a quality assurance agent. And their job would be radically different and only keeping track of a specific context for a specific purpose. All right, let's see. So it's at that now. And in just a second, let's hit back to the Codex agent to see how we're doing there. Okay, just going to finish this. Could you hit and make MR and merge once CI has passed? Cool. Then we're ready to test the next thing, which is our FastCoach.io app. So this is the app we're building out for the Ship or Die community, or as part of the Ship or Die challenge, and we're still quite a bit away from having that done. So it will be very interesting to see whether we live or die this month. Let's just get it to see. The overlay changes are already committed and pushed. This is our... All right, that is the wrong one. Let's have a look here, because I want to know how far along it is with these things. One reusable is more of keeping data-driven catalogs need an explicit test for files. Yeah, this is one thing that's on my backlog as well. So we have a whole bunch of retrospectives in the repository, and we actually need to go through all of them, or rather have AI go through all of them and figure out how we can improve our policies and the way that the AI is working. Okay, let's see. Let's get this one to shut down the server. Down. So. And once it's shut down the server, we're ready to go and test the FastCoach app and see if that's working the way that it should. Okay, so it's shut down the server now. We should be ready to start up FastCoach and start testing that out. So let's do this. Hey there, welcome. How are you doing, Math? Or Mathy? Not sure how to pronounce your name, but welcome to the channel and thanks. I hope it will be interesting. So we're doing 3 different projects at once here. So we're doing a product called OneUp, which is a agent fabric where agents can talk to each other and where you basically can build extensions. So the idea is to create a harness wrapper that makes that we are focusing on the artifacts first rather than focusing on the code. So right now when you're using Codex as we're doing here, it's always a lot of text, and really what I want is something that has a stronger focus on the actual artifacts that we are building. Then the second thing we're building out is we are building out this platform where, let's see if we can find it, which is basically kind of like GatherTown, but where you can connect your GitHub account and then get level ups based on the number of commits. So the idea would be that you should be able to connect GitHub, you should be able to connect Linear, you should be able to connect a few other things to get some experience points in this game. And then finally, we're building out FastCoach. And so FastCoach is a app that's meant to be able to train replicas of yourself. And it's meant for creators, where basically it should be able to index their YouTube videos and other learning material, and based on that, more or less act as an AI clone of them. So we've done a first version of this app, which is just an app form, and what that does is it can scrape a YouTube channel, but there's a whole bunch of problems in the positioning of it and in how it's working. Legally, I think it's on the borderline of what's allowed. So for that reason, I think we need to do a different positioning. Also, I think that the original value proposition is not as strong as I'd hoped for. Let's go back and check what. Okay, so Codex, Claude is done here. Let's try this out and see if it's fixed the things it's actually supposed to fix. Okay, so what we're testing out right now is our voice interaction with the system. So initially, we had built out the system using ChatGPT real-time for capturing voice, but we had a bunch of problems with the code diverging, and for that reason, we are now creating our own version of ChatGPT real-time, which I'm feeling kind of double about it. On one hand, it feels like the right decision, and on the other hand, it feels like we're unnecessarily overcomplicating things. So it might be that I end up reverting that eventually, but for now, we need that to work. So let's try this out and see how well it works. Hi there, how are you doing? Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, could you speak out a long sentence? So one of the problems we've had is that when it speaks out a long sentence, it captures its own voice.
Yes, I can speak a long sentence for you like this. The quiet morning stretched across the room while the window light moved slowly over the desk.
Okay, stop right there.
I'm here. I didn't catch what you wanted me to do.
Okay, so this is progress, right? Because we were able to interrupt it mid-sentence. The only problem was that what we actually captured wasn't accurate. But I think this is good enough for now. I think we're probably going to leave it there and then just trying out some of the more complicated stuff. Let's see if we can get some stuff working now with this. Could you tell me what apps are open?
Let me check what's open. I'm checking what's open now. There are no open Workbench windows right now. The installed apps are Arrange.
Could you install Claude and then open two
What
Claude
would you
windows?
like me to change? I need a little more detail.
Oh shoot,
Please
so
tell me
we
what
still
you
have a
want
problem
changed,
here.
such as an app, a window layout, a setting, or some text.
Okay, this is problematic. So I think we're going to give this a few more tries, and if not, I think we'll have to revert back to ChatGPT real time, because this is simply not what we are meant to be solving. So we need to get it to research the industry best standards for doing this voice recording. So we're going to ask it to use something called the 5 counsel technique. So the idea here is to get it to use a set of sub-agents to basically brainstorm all the possible angles. If you don't know about this technique, I highly recommend looking into it. It's worked really well for me in the past. And it usually gets that you get to cover a lot more ground in what the agent is doing. And actually, let's just do playbook. So inside of my repository, I call these things playbooks. So this is a progressive loading system that I've built out to make sure that the agent can discover what it needs itself without adding a whole bunch of context up front. Okay, while Claude is looking at that, we will head back to Codex. And FastCoach is now done building. So we should be able to spin it up. While we spin that up, let's just ask it. Capacity lane is now running the Mac runner. Okay. I'm curious if it feels like this part is actually already done and it's just looking for the CI to pass. So hopefully we'll be able to make progress on this app as well today. And this one is merged now, so we can close that. So this is basically just where I've asked the agent to create some overlays. And no, it's not merged yet. There's actually something failing here. So I wonder why it stopped. It shouldn't have stopped. You fix CI issues. And really, I think CI should not really fail for this. So the only thing we did was make these overlays where we can promote our Discord channel and promote the newsletter that we're having. This ought to be completely trivial, but clearly it has done some stuff that CI doesn't agree with. And this is exactly why we have CI and why we're still doing, well, code reviews, quote unquote. What we are doing is we're using CI as a very, very strict gate for what goes into develop. And it has a whole bunch of policies it needs to comply with. These policies are also meant to be enforced per turn, but it's slightly lighter per turn because if you enforce the full pipeline, you'll just never finish anything. All right, let's go back here and see. Okay, so this is all up running now. Let's check out what it looks like. Could not load the library. That's not a great start, honestly. I think the API might not be running even though it claims that it's running. No, bad gateway. Let's try to shut it down and start it again. Okay, let's start it up again. What are you guys up to this weekend? Building anything interesting? Okay, we are up running again. Let's check if this works this time. No, something is broken here. Let's check the logs and see if there's anything obvious. Oh yeah, there is something here. There's a version mismatch. So we'll have to ask Codex to fix that. Let's ask here, are we just waiting for CI to pass? Because if we're just waiting for that, I think let's just skip that and that can happen off screen. And ask it to do that on a later date. Okay, so right now it's basically just trying to make sure that we can host 100 people on this gaming platform. I'm not sure that that's the real priority right now. Let's maybe postpone that and try to get some of the more basic stuff going here, because we still have a whole bunch of features we want to get in there, and eventually this 100 player limit that we put in is pretty random. Like it asked me how many players do we want on this, and I said 100. So which is where that number comes from. And this one is still working on figuring out what we should do. Now the council document and the plan for what remains. So it has created the document. And let's see. And it figured out some stuff on TTS resilience. Okay. We'll just have to see what it says once it's done with this. Let's get back here. So I think the next feature we should have in this game would be a basic chat ability. And I'm not sure whether we should make this real-time sound or whether we should make the sound or just chat. I think chat is probably the better way to go around it. We also want to have the possibility of doing different rooms. So basically the ability to walk through a door and end up on a different map. That's another thing that we need to think about. So we have a whole bunch of things we could do. If you have any suggestions for what we should do next, let me know. I'm quite happy to hear what you think could be interesting to do. So right now we have some basic stuff going. Let's just try to start the server. Did we shut down FastCoach? I think we did. Yeah, we did. Okay, cool. So while we start the server here, let's just see if Claude finished. And then let's figure out what we have to do next. The evidence, which is unusually specific. Okay. Every fragment attributed to you is the last two words of the assistant's own present. Changed what? Changed. Okay. Playing was derived from finishing what that node plays still has to cross media two peer connections with a jitter buffer and audio element and the output device in that 200 to 400 millisecond is what that voice gate offers. Okay, so there I think there are a few things we need to deal with here. Pre-correction of one mistake. Confusing when we hand audio over with a what's it? Okay, I think it has some idea. And so here's one of the real things. So the council really helps surfacing things that otherwise would not come up. The loopback was added to feed the canceller, and there's still no evidence it does so on this machine. What it demonstrably provides is the buffering that caused the bug. I deliberately did not remove it in the same change. Two changes at once and we learn nothing. But its value is unmeasured and it should be an experiment with an attached number. It's actually a good point. Right, and I think this is one of the things that often goes wrong when we are vibe coding things. We're just doing everything at once and we don't know why things are working or not working because we're not doing incremental features. We're not looking at things one thing at a time and figuring out, did this work? What was the impact of it? And that is what a good engineering practice actually is, right? If you think about how you would develop software yourself, you develop one little piece, you work out, does that work? If it doesn't work, what can we do? What are the numbers? That's basically engineering at its core. And what Claude is suggesting is that we should be doing engineering, which, I mean, it's super hard to argue with. So let's see. What do you... It might be that it already has a full plan. Because we asked it to make a full plan, so it should have a full plan. Let's see if the server's up running now. Yeah, it is. And test the current build before I do anything else. Okay, yeah, that's exactly what I was after, right? Because the message up here kind of indicated that there was things that it wanted to check. And let's see what it wants us to actually check here. The tail fix is unverified by you. It explains the exact signature, only the last two words. So there is a real chance that the loop is closed. If it isn't, the log now prints voice, holding microphone, number of milliseconds, once per call. Okay. So these are very sensible steps. We're going to test what we're doing or how it's working right now. That should produce some logs. And then once we have those logs, Claude will proceed to step 2, which is creating a better trace of the call. Okay, so let's test this out. Hi there, how are you doing?
I'm doing.
Okay, so it stopped early now. The question is, why did it stop early? Is it because it's hearing itself, or because things are just, there are some other things that are not working? Could it be the music that's interfering? I don't know.
Let me check.
Okay, so it stops almost immediately. That's a bit of a bummer. I'd hope that it actually fixed something.
Let me check.
But the good thing is that the stopping on voice seems to work, right? So it stops almost immediately when it detects voice. The bad thing is it doesn't actually work the way that we want it to.
Yes, that points to the stop trigger working, but being triggered by the wrong audio. The most likely causes are, it is hearing its own playback through the speakers, the microphone is picking up your music or vocals, or the voice detector threshold is too sensitive. Since it stops almost immediately when it detects voice, the stop path itself sounds alive. The problem is probably classification or echo noise isolation, not the stop mechanism. The quickest test is headphones plus no music. If that fixes it, it was speaker bleed or background audio. If it still stops immediately, it is
So
more
actually
likely the detector
what worked,
threshold or call pipeline.
okay, so we see now that it neither, oh, it does, no, it doesn't stop. So what does happen was that I muted immediately after speaking, and that made that it did start the playback and it didn't stop immediately.
That is a useful clue. Muting the mic prevents the false stop during playback. So the likely failure is the microphone input remaining active while assistant
Okay, this is
audio
very
playing.
confusing. Does it stop now while I'm talking? It does stop, but it took a long time for that stop to come in. And I also wonder whether it captured everything I said. But now I did not mute and it still speaks out perfectly. So this is very confusing. I hope the logs will tell something about what's wrong.
Let me check what logs and diagnostics are available from here. The logs I can read do not include the voice pipeline, and my direct voice checks are blocked by policy. What they do show is only a prior policy refusal for
Could you
voice
stop?
status state, plus keyboard focus diagnostics. Nothing there explains the
Could you
delayed
stop?
stop or transcript capture. Based on
Okay, so I think where we're at is that we now have a long run that Claude can use for
Go ahead.
diagnostics.
I'm listening.
Okay, so what was the first thing? The first thing was it seemed to self-interrupt. But then the weird thing was it kind of went away, or it went away. And then user-based interrupt was super unreliable, basically. Here is the transcript. So we'll let it think about that and then get back to where we were with looking at our gaming platform. Well, or meeting platform, whatever you want to call it. Let's see. So this is up running now and we can walk around. Let's try to connect another player just to see that that bit is working as well. Cool. So we now have a second player. This is running from a different browser. You still get that annoying reconnecting. Okay, so that's one thing we need to solve. Well, I don't know whether it is a good reason or not, but it at least shows up quite regularly. And we need to get rid of that. This happens when a user, another player is moving around on the board. Cool. The next problem is, well, actually, once that is solved, I think we have a few things we want to look at, right? So you might, oh, I just realized I might have been covering the screen when we did this, but have a look here. So when a player from another browser is moving around, we get this annoying reconnecting screen that just makes the game feel not, or the platform feel not very smooth. And that needs to be solved. That's the highest priority. Then once we have that done, I think we want to have the ability to chat to each other within the system. And actually, I think we're just going to do one thing at a time here. Let's get this fixed. Then once we've done that, we're going to do a brainstorm on how we'll do the chat. Because we need to think a little bit about the different rooms and how chatting is working, whether you need to be in proximity of somebody or not. Okay, and so the good news here is it seems that our test actually has been helpful to Claude in working out what's going on.
Opening, closing, statements or phrase. Radio channels, curses or praise. Opening, closing, statements or phrase. Radio channels, curses or praise. Strange weather.
just grab. All right, let's get back to Codex and check where we're at. So it seems that Codex is actually trying to set up a second player to reproduce what we're doing, which I think is pretty cool that it's trying to do that. And we see now it's actually moving around, trying to reproduce the issue. How cool is that? It seems that it's fixed it. So the little player, no, it restarted the game. The little player with the green thing above its head is me. We still have a bunch of issues to fix here because we also see that sometimes the character just disappears. Oh, I think that has to do with range. Could that be? Yeah, that's definitely seems to be a range thing. Yeah, 100% range. Or not. I don't know. Let's just try to make this bigger so we can see this in more detail. Yeah, it seems definitely to be range related. Okay, that's nice to know. It's probably something we want to fix eventually, but we should be able to see people even within certain range. Maybe we could do some nice clustering. Also, one thing I notice is if I bring up my other player screen here, just bring that down here. The player's actually missing on the screen, right? So you see, I walk around here, but the player that's over here, wonder if it appears. Oh, this is an observer. Where is the real one? Yeah. Wonder if it appears if I do that. No, it doesn't. So there's definitely some bugs for Codex to work on. Cool. Let's get back and see where Claude is at, whether it's fixed our problems. Still thinking about things. Okay, so we confirmed the bug. It's added the trace now. And it's running the commit, run, background, commit split, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So we just need to give it a bit of time to actually allow it to implement these things. Okay, cool. Let's get back to platforms here. Okay, so we seem to have fixed the FastCoach bug. Let's check that out. Just build it. Right, but we will not be able to run FastCoach while this one is running because I haven't made it such that Rush can handle multiple deployments simultaneously. We get port overlap and that will cause some issues. So for now we can just build fastcoach.io, and once Codex is done testing everything here, we can go on to testing FastCoach. So we'll have to wait with that one. We're just building that in the background. In the meantime, let's see, Claude has come back to us. And let's see what it has changed. So it found one concrete bug. It added voice trace. And then it comes with the usual thing about the part it needs to say plainly. I wonder what the plainly thing it wants to tell me is. Not a bug. Waiting to be found. Without a canceller, the decision rests on a margin between our echo and your voice. And those are comparable at microphone. The margin. Okay. So what I don't really understand is what is the next step here? My recommendation is 2 as 1 is an interim. Yeah, we need a real canceller for sure. There's no doubt about that. And that's just right now. We need a real canceller for sure. What are the next steps? And to our new viewers, welcome to the channel or to the live stream. So we're building out 3 products in parallel. So right here, what we're working on right now is a agent fabric where we can basically spin up agents and apps that the agents can interact with. And so this is a way where we can basically make things feel more app native. So the idea is to basically create something that resembles what you have with Chrome with the extensions, and then the extensions are having native agent interfaces. That's the short version of it. Then together with that, we are building the product we have to do for Ship.ai, and that one is called FastCoach.io. This is a training platform where you can train a AI based on your own material and then have it help your audience figure out things about your material that they want to figure out. The third thing we're building is a small community platform where the idea is to build something similar to GatherTown, but for indie hackers. So you have a place where you can come, talk to people, and show off your projects. And you should be able to walk around. Let's see, this one is paused for now, so I think this one over here might be the active one or not. No, they're all paused. Right now, Codex is testing this platform, so I'm not going to interfere with that. But basically, you can move your avatar around, and just like GatherTown, we're going to add it so you can add furniture and do various bits and pieces. And I have a ton of ideas on what we should add to it. So for instance, it would be great to be able to make it so that people eventually can create their own space within this, and we get this to grow like an infinite canvas. And obviously there's going to be an element of AI where you could generate these tiles using AI, which basically would be some kind of wizardry within this platform. But we are not there yet. We are still in the very early stages of this. Let's get back to the OneUp app here and see what we need to do. So let's see, it wants me to do some work here. So I think it wants me to do some work here. So I need to just have a bit of time to read this. Let's see. One standalone Rust test. No, wait, standalone Rust test. That would not include me. I don't think so. You need me to do anything, or can you do these phases by yourself? If you can. If you don't need me, plan this out properly and just do it. Let's see how long, or let's see if this is going to work out for us. So there are several things that might happen here. So it may work out well, or we may end up in a situation where it doesn't plan it out so well. But hopefully we get this to work. I mean, it would be really nice to ensure I can do the faces. I need you for two things only, and neither blocks me from starting. Okay, great. Microsoft permission for... Okay, that's going to be interesting. So it wants permission to use the microphone and... Wait, let's see. What is it saying here? macOS may prompt or silently deny for someone if what's no input. That's what I'll be. Final verification. Yeah, okay. The final verification, obviously, I need to do that. But I'm curious whether it's going to generate noise or just use the background noise from the microphone. Not entirely sure. So I think we'll just have to wait and see. Maybe we'll just randomly start making noise in the middle of this live stream. So who knows? Okay, so it claims that it has fixed the thing. Let's see if any one of these is the place where we can actually... What if we just refresh? Yeah, now it's ready so we can move around. Okay, let me bring up my other browser over here. So we see, when we look at the little screen down here, we still see that the man is jumping around, but we don't see the reconnecting screen anymore. And we do see occasional flickers, but I think that's acceptable for now. This doesn't need to be perfect in the first version. So this is absolutely okay. Yeah, I'm happy with this. It seems that the reconnecting screen is gone. Then the next question is, what should be the next thing we're working on? Should it be a simple chat or should it be voice? I feel like we need to do these things incrementally and just do a chat. Oh, there we go. We did get it to get the reconnecting screen. I wonder... Yeah, that came on both of them at once, so maybe it shut down the... Yeah, it shut down the server. That's what happened. So if we go back to the codex thing, I think it might... Yeah, you see here, that's where things are going wrong. So it just... Well, not wrong. The agent just thought it would be great to change things. Okay, cool. That means, let's see, what does it say there? And blah, blah, blah. Yes, we read that already. So the reconnect box is filled in the app, in the rebuild app, the service claim. I'm finishing and commit. Yeah, okay. Just drop this. We don't need. Okay, let's use the microphone for this because it takes so long. We don't need to be concerned with CI for now. We just want to move quickly and get on with the next thing. So we'll deal with CI once we're done with this branch. So the next thing we need to do is we need to plan out chat functionality within this app. So players should be able to chat with each other, and we want to have a chat window with separate rooms in it. So basically the room should be tied to the map, and we also want to have support for private messages. The first thing I want you to do is use the planning frameworks that we have, the playbooks that we have within this repository. Use the 5 council techniques for really thoroughly thinking through what do we need to do in order to get a great version of chatting working in this system. Then get back to me with a concrete proposal on how we're going to solve this. Okay, good. So we're going to get this one to just shut down the server while it's doing this work. And so once it's shut down the server, we're going to test out FastCoach to see how that's working out. What are the rest of you up to this weekend? Are you working on anything cool? Love to hear about it in the chat. All right, we have a couple of newcomers. So we're working on building out a platform where you can connect to. It will work kind of like GatherTown, but then the idea is you'll be able to connect your GitHub account and get experience points based on how many commits and how many tickets you're turning over, and basically making a fun free game for doing build in public kind of things. And then next to that, we're working on a challenge for Ship or Die. And so this is called fastcoach.io. It's a platform that you can use for indexing videos and make it easy to chat with whoever made the video. So you basically create an AI clone of the person who made the videos based on their material. And then we have a third thing we're working on, which is a agent fabric where you have a substrate in which that you can bring in extensions. So let me just bring something up here so I can explain this properly. Right. So what we are building is that orange box here, and the orange box is a place where you can bring in small apps. The apps are basically serving the purpose of various things. So it could be a image viewer, it could be another agent you're bringing in, and each of these apps has a interface that's written in TypeScript. So everything inside of this fabric you interact with through TypeScript. So when you as a user want to issue a command, you do that with TypeScript. When you're issuing a shortcut, that's also TypeScript. And now we have an MCP server, we have a native systems agent that allow you to talk to these things. And the piece that we're working on right now is the real-time chatting. The original version of this used ChatGPT real-time. That worked really well. But what happened was that because of the structural difference to how you would do this if you're using something like Whisper, we ended up with something that diverged. And for that reason, we have simplified things in one sense and complicated it in another. We've simplified it in the sense that we're using a Whisper model, which eventually will allow us to take in a free model and make it cheap for people to actually use this. But the complication is that getting a ChatGPT real-time experience with a Whisper model is quite a bit harder. And so we're working on getting that piece really well functioning. That's proven to be somewhat hard. We have an agent here working on that, and that's ready to take some instructions now. What I need from you, one command. Okay. And so let's see. I'm going to copy this. Let's just see. I probably should read the whole message here. Did it start the app? I don't know. I don't see it anywhere. The problem is I have about 7 screens here, and it might be on at least any one of the 6 of them, which makes it kind of difficult to see if there's an app that's just randomly popped up somewhere. Okay, I'll just have to look for it and check. No, it doesn't seem to be there, so we need to start it. Okay, then I can also just up. Cool. So what you see here is the orange box that I talked about before. And now what we can do is I've made a shortcut so you have a console that scrolls down, which basically lets us debug this app. And so what Claude asked me to do was to run this command. See if we've done what it actually asked for. The thing that confuses me a bit is that that should actually be able to do this. Do this self. So one of the things I've built out for all of my projects is I've built out a remote that should enable Claude to interact with these things directly. And it seems that we found a bug now. And yes, I can drive this myself. Let me find the endpoint. Okay, cool. So that means that hopefully it will not bother me with such questions. Cool. If we go back to the actual framework here, or the actual fabric, let's just clear the chat and go back here. Say, okay, so you see from a single command or a single text, I now got it to open 2 instances of Claude. These are windows within the whole system. And the way this is made is we've basically built out a window manager. So we're using I think it's called Wayland protocol for this, which also means that eventually we could move this into a Linux box if we wanted to. Now, the voice interface is not quite there yet, and so that's what we're working on. This is why I'm writing text right now. Could you arrange the windows? And we go back here and you'll see that it should arrange the windows, at least if things are still working. Yes. It's now arranged it so it's nicely organized. Let's do one more thing. So this is one of the things that I think is really cool. So you see here that agents have names. So you have Berg and you have Amber. And we can ask it, could you send a message to Birch? Asking Birch to send a message to Amber, asking Amber what working directory she is in. Then get Amber to send back a message to Birch, and Birch to send the message back to you. Okay, so what this will do is it will hopefully make all of the agents communicate with each other, right? So we have the system agent that should now send a message to Birch. And you see the message is coming in here and it says what Birch should do. And now Birch should send a message to Amber that's coming here with what he wants Amber to do. And Amber is then sending back a message to Birch. And they're chatting a bit about things, and hopefully they will stop once there's no further action. And the relay is complete. So if you think about this and think about what the implication is of doing this, you can now have one agent that's totally responsible for making sure that you're doing QA, and the other one is concentrating on building things. So you basically have the equivalent of a developer and a QA engineer, and the context of the QA engineer does not get polluted by the context of the developer. So while you could do this with sub-agents, the nice thing here is that this agent will keep the context from the previous run and actually be sure to retest those things that didn't work in the first place. So that is one aspect of it. The other aspect is we've made this very flexible in that both the Claude agent here is actually an extension to the underlying fabric, which means that once this ships, you can take the fabric and you can build out your own agents. This allows you to build in more complicated things, such that you could have a agent that's specialized in building out, for instance, social media cards. And this is one of the things I do a lot. I have this workflow where I build out social media cards from the things that I'm teaching, and then I'm scheduling that. And while I can get Claude Code to do that, it feels like having a more rigid workflow would be the way to go. The other thing we can do is we can build out other apps. So if I bring up here, so we have now I need to remember, I don't remember the shortcut. Yeah, there we go. Right. So we have a browser that we can interact with, but then we have the black ones here, which are custom written apps that we have trying out. So we've tried out the Claude agent, and we also, so while we have a built-in terminal, we have a shell here as well, which is just a test of could you implement a shell if you wanted to. Now the idea is that as the underlying core gets finished here, we'll start making integrations. So we want to have an integration of an integration of hyperframes. We want to get the browser really solid, and we want to make it such that all of these apps are available in a way where the agents can actually use them to produce specific stuff for you. And the end goal is to be able to run a whole business from this workflow. So one of the things I really want to have is I want to have it such that when I receive invoices on Gmail, I want to have a specific agent that's just dealing with that and getting that and moving it into the right place. And I don't care about all of the text between the agents. What I want is graphical visuals. I'm a very visual person, so all of this text is quite overwhelming, to be frank. All right, let's get back to Claude and see what it says here. Okay, so it still needs one thing. The running app is the old binary. Let's just kill that one. I think we've shown now what the app is about, so let's just wait with that. It's still the old binary. F, true. One thing I still need. The running app is the old binary. To fix this, it has to be rebuilt and restarted. And I won't kill your workbench without asking you. Okay, that's very kind of you, Claude. I've killed it. I've killed it. Please just start and manage your own instance. let's get back and see where Codex is at. So it has a whole bunch of text here for us. Maybe just get rid of all of this noise and have a look at what it's saying we should do. Not adopting or coupling a chat. Oh, did you all hear that? I think that was Claude actually doing a test in the background. There was a funny beep in the middle of the music that I think was not supposed to be there. Yeah, that makes sense. Chat domain, Postgres plus outbound, Redis notifications. Yeah, this looks nice. And this is exactly what I'm talking about, right? I love getting this kind of graphics that makes it very easy for me to understand what's going on. Whereas if I have to deduct the same thing from all of this text, I feel slightly overwhelmed, and it's kind of hard to really understand what it's trying to do. There it was again. Okay, well, it seems that it's doing its test now, so I wonder how it deals, or whether it's prepared for dealing with that there's actually real noise in the microphone. Okay, yeah, that all looks good. Chat experience. The chat panel will be closed by default. Yes, it should be. Yeah, that makes sense as well. Pending, send, failed, catching up, and reconnecting states. That also makes sense. So it will use the OneUp UI. Yes, that makes sense. Proposal, implementation order 6. Decision. Oh, I want it to make the decisions for me. The whole point of vibe coding is that I don't have to do anything, and now it's putting work on my shoulders. This is the Saturday morning show. Let's see. These are my recommended. These are my recommended defaults. A release may explicitly start a new chat epoch if ownership, audience, or purpose changes. Posting and live subscription require current map presence. Yeah, that sounds good. Encountering player permits one-time rate limited DM. That makes sense. So if you meet a player, you can only DM them if you meet them. I think that's a nice feature, that you need to be in the same space to actually chat to each other. There are already so many other places where DM doesn't require you to do anything, right? If you go on X, you can just DM random people. You'll get banned eventually for doing that, but the whole thing of having it such that you need to walk to the location where a player is and they can walk away from you makes that DMing becomes a whole lot harder. Let's see. Ordinary messages are retained for 90 days. Reported evidence follows a separate. Oh, it's already thinking about moderation. Haven't really given that much thought. And I never would. If I were to engineer this myself in a first version, I wouldn't be thinking about these kind of things. So I think in many ways, this is one of the places where AI now provides you a opportunity of doing better engineering, right? Because we can think these things in from the beginning. And if you noticed how I did this with what's called the 5 cancel technique, I haven't done much to get all of these thoughts. All I did was basically ask it to brainstorm these things. Public identity is, yeah. Short discriminator, internal, block, mute, report. Yeah, okay, all the usual stuff. No implementation has started. No, of course not. I didn't ask you to implement anything, so why would you? Go ahead and implement. Go ahead and plan and implement this proposal. This is to approve. You have, well, it has already used sub agents, hasn't it? So that should be fine. Or maybe it has, no, it has for sure used sub agents. And implement this proposal. So it should have fixed the version mismatch we had on the backend when we started that up. And hopefully once it's done building this, we're ready to test if this new version is working as it should. In the meantime, Claude is working on over here. And confusing numbers. Maybe I should write I don't know whether that actually matters, but one thing you could imagine was that it would just randomly start muting things, although I don't think that should not impact any of my voice because this is going from that one to that one and actually not through the computer, so I think that's probably fine. So I have this setup here where I have a Rode mixer and all the audio is going into that one and then over to my Rodecaster, and the caster is casting directly to Restream, that's casting to YouTube and X. So hopefully anything that Claude might do, I mean, the only thing that can happen is that the music disappears. That should be fine. I don't think, but maybe the noise and other things could be a problem for Claude. Since basically right now we're trying to do automated test for our microphone voice capture. I think you can keep on play. So it hereby has permission to play annoying sounds during the stream. Let's see if we hear any more of it. We did have a few noises a little bit of time ago. Let's see. Okay, so this is built now. Okay, they are all ready. Let's see if it's actually working this time. Signal worker is running. Automation worker. Backend is running. Okay, and Claude is testing stuff while we are doing this. I feel like we're going to turn a little bit down for Claude. We'll see. So that's this one here. Because the noise was rather loud. Okay, cool. So I think we are... Yeah, okay, cool. So if you were part of the stream a couple of days ago, what we basically did was, so originally we were trying to scrape YouTube. And in the original app, what we did was we were using a... oh my goodness, it's disturbing with that noise. We're using the YouTube API to scrape videos and transcripts, and what happened was that we got rate limited, and we then did a bunch of research on what can you actually do, and it turns out that YouTube is not really meant for scraping these things, and Google is not very happy doing it. So what we ended up doing is saying, well, actually, if we can just copy the user's videos onto it, because Google has an API for this, then we can still do the training. But it changed the trajectory of what we're doing quite a bit. And let's see. So let's try to upload some video here and see that that is working. If I can find any video anywhere. I should have some video. That's not the right one. Let's see, where's my network folder? See, that's movies. Let's raw recordings. Let's take one of those. 131 megabytes. That should be fine. I control the media. I may use it to train because I automatically within my credit cap. Yeah. Okay. Let's. Okay. That's not working. Wait. Oh my goodness, something became very laggy here. I don't know what happened. Okay, so let's have a look at the logs in the backend. How do I get this chat to go away? I probably don't. Let's do like this instead. I feel like we should probably pipe these into files somehow. Something to improve at a bit of a later point. And let's see, where is Claude at? .7% removed. That doesn't sound like removed at all to me. There's a that's the crux, and it says no. Sometimes these agents are just coming with the most cryptic messages. What does that mean? There's a crux, and that says no. There's no context on what this actually means. On the Rodecaster, there is a tone. On the Rodecaster, tone share 0. With the canceller 0. Bypassed. Cancel on the default device and does not cancel on the chosen one. Okay, interesting. Well, I actually think this this is very good. So basically, my setup is probably more complicated than it has to be. But I basically have this mixer where there are a bunch of different channels, and I'm putting music and voice on separate channels such that I can control the voice output separately to the music, so that we can listen to music while doing this work. And what Claude seemed to be saying is that it works well on the default device, but it does not work when you're using one of the other channels, which I think is kind of interesting. Okay, but it seems to be a good response. Okay. I think this is one of the things, at least I've had to get used to as a vibe coder. Like, I don't really consider myself a vibe coder, but then again, I am doing a lot of things kind of blindfolded. You kind of need to trust that you put in place the right gates to make sure that all of this is working the way that it should. And I feel like I've been super successful with that in the past, but I still feel slightly anxious when I don't understand all the details. And here's something where I certainly don't understand all the details and probably couldn't be bothered to either, because it doesn't feel like the core of what we're doing. This is more of a side quest to a already complicated quest. Oh, wait, let's get that onto some other place. Okay, and it's now working on fixing the bug. Let's see how we're doing on building out the chat for our app. This is nice and slowly coming along as well. Well, actually, it seems like we're in the planning phase. Okay, at this point we have quite a lot of waiting to do, so we have 3 tasks all running in parallel. 2 in Codex, 1 in Claude. And the one that oh no, I said that too early. What did we figure out here? Okay, this is kind of bad news. Binding both directions to confirm it. The tone never reaches the capture side at all. But that cannot be. Something doesn't add up here because I'm wearing a headset. There's no way this could be from the room. But I don't want to switch. I think Claude need to come up with some better explanations and actually fix the real issue here. What could be is that the mixer automatically feeds us back into the feed, which is probably what it's doing. Okay, I will let Claude chew on that one, and then I'm just going to take a quick break to catch a coffee, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes. So see you in just a bit. Okay, let's see. That's done. Let's see what it's saying. The same mistake as every other one in this saga. And I've left it on record in the docs rather than quietly correcting it. Defaults 122. Input and output. That all makes all three results line up on one rule. And what it renders and what it captures are on the same core audio device, otherwise it doesn't. Okay, so how do we fix that? Yo, what's good, my boy? Hey, how are you doing? So we're busy here trying to build out a system for chatting with your agents and giving them a place where you can do basically multi-agent work, and also having other apps that you can chat directly to, rather than trying to control the desktop. So it's basically a window manager for agents we are building. Let's see. And right now we're trying to get the voice component to work. We're having some issues with it. And so Claude has been debugging this while we're doing this live stream. So there's been some funny noises on the live stream itself. Let's see, 118, 122 doesn't. Okay. Whether a device is virtual is irrelevant. Same or different is all of it. This is better than the answer I gave you. Okay. And now it wants to go on, so it also means that your current build should behave much better with the router since it matches your input device. Okay, but so actually want the output to go on the chat, the virtual device. But maybe before we do that, let's just check what Claude is saying here. So it's saying that if we would change the device, how long have you been with this app? So I started this app last weekend. It's relatively new work, but a lot of the components I've built over the past half year. So for instance, the whole concept around using TypeScript as the main agent interface is something I started working on back in January or February, something like that. And let me just try to bring this up here. So we're just going to run a quick test here, because I want to see if the claims that Claude is making actually holds up. And subsequently, I can take you through some of the things that this app is doing, just to give you an idea what we are actually trying to build out. But I started this app around last Friday. So before that, I'd been building a agent framework for coding, which I called OneUp Code. And basically the whole premise there was to be able to better manage your workspaces, but also being able to better manage your artifacts. Now, the reason why I ended up scrapping that project was I did not like the user experience at all. And so, wait, that doesn't seem like the kind of thing that I want. Okay, give me a second here. I'll get back to you. The code doesn't compile or run. Okay. So the whole premise was to basically build out something where you get a better user experience. And so where we're at today is that at this point we can spin up multiple agents within the system. We can build extensions, so you have the core framework, which is where these extensions live, or the agents are living, and then with that the agents can talk to each other. The idea is then to integrate this so you have a shared window manager workspace for you as a human, but also as the agent. And everything is, so the core code is written in Rust, but everything, all interactions are done in a Sandbox V8 TypeScript engine. And what this means is that we basically have a very secure place where these things stating what they want to do with the window. So for instance, if the agent wants to start a new application inside of the window manager, it issues a TypeScript command, and we can then create a policy on what is it allowed to run and what is it not allowed to run. Moreover, we can make it such that the agents are communicating with each other because there is a built-in inbox system, and that inbox system is available over MCP, which means that when you start up an agent, they get access to the inboxes and they can send stuff to each other. So let's just get Claude to finish this, and then we can have a look at what it actually does. And so the piece that we're working on right now is the voice interface. Originally, I built this with ChatGPT real-time, but I ended up having a lot of scattered code that made the code base not so nice. And so we ended up scrapping GPT real-time. Now we're spending the time today making this work with Whisper. So the model, not the program. And the idea here is if we get it to work with Whisper, well, one, we decrease the amount of cost we're having for transcription. And two, we have a much more flexible system. However, if we don't get this to work, I feel like we might revert back to using ChatGPT real-time, since it basically gives the user experience that I want to have. So if you go back a couple of live streams, I think back Wednesday, you would see that the system actually worked really well when you were talking to it. And we were working on completely separate problems. But yeah, those tensions is what we are trying to resolve right now. Then while we're doing this, I'm also building out a couple of other projects. So they're being built out in Codex here. And the first one is a project called FastCoach.io. So this is a platform for training a digital replica of yourself. So what it does is it allows you to upload videos and then transcribe those videos. And based on the material, it creates a knowledge base and it tries to replicate what your knowledge is, which means that you can ask it questions about various bits and pieces that you might have covered in your material. Then the third thing we're building is a platform where, so I don't know if we have any, I don't think it's running right now. Let's check. No, it's not running right now, but this is a platform similar to GatherTown. The idea is to build a GatherTown replica, kind of replica, but for indie hackers, solopreneurs, and people who just like coding, vibe coding, and have it as a place where you can come online, showcase what you're doing, but with a more fun, gamey aspect to it. So you should be able to connect GitHub and Linear and then get experience points based on your number of commits and the number of tickets you're turning over. So I hope that makes sense to you. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, and also happy to hear any suggestions. Just drop them in the chat. Yes. A real developer, yes. Absolutely. I've been coding since I was about 10 years old. So, which is some 31 years by now, 32 years. And have been spending a large part of my professional career doing pretty intense things. So I've been spending time in building out quantum compilers for Microsoft. I've been working for various blockchain companies, building out the full distributed systems. I've experience with building out both academia routing and also doing low-level optimization, such as parallelizing things across your SIMD units on your CPU. So I am what I would consider to be a real developer. How about yourself? All right, let's go back here and see. It's still working on getting this to work. Oh, thanks. That being said, I'm actually spending a lot of times getting comfortable with doing everything in a right way, and I've learned a ton of stuff around how to do this. And so one of my big things is, I'm a DGen dropshipper that discovered Claude and made a SaaS. I'm at 50k now. Well done. That's pretty good. What is your SaaS? I actually used to do dropshipping myself back in, what was that? It's been 2008, 2009, maybe. All right, let's see. So this is, should now compile. Let's check it out. Yeah, these models are making a lot of progress all the time, and it's very addictive. I've actually not spent a lot of time trying out systems like Lovable. I did look at it very shortly, but then never really got any further with it because I'm just having too much fun with doing the rest of the stack. Let's see what I think it's a duo stereo. Let's try that one. And so I'm just going to cut off the music here because I think that's actually what's causing some of the problems. Let's check out and see if this is working the way it should now. Let's start out by the test here.
This is the speaker a call will use.
Let's try again.
This is the speaker a call will use. This is the speaker a call will use.
Okay, now let's do the call. Hey, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. Thanks. Ready to help with whatever you need.
Could you could you say a really long sentence?
I can say a really long sentence for you, though I'll keep it to one breath. Claude can write, Claude can speak, Claude can help organize windows, send messages, answer questions, inspect files, look things up when asked, and generally try to be useful while staying
Could I stop you
clear
right there?
about what has actually happened and what still needs to be checked.
Okay, so it seems that interrupt still doesn't work, but at least it's not picking up its own voice. Let's just take this for a spin and see how well it works. Could you close the settings window, then open 2 instances of Claude?
Closing settings and opening 2 Claude instances now. Done. I closed settings and opened 2 Claude instances, Amber and Birch.
Okay, please arrange these into 2 columns.
Arranging the Claude windows into 2 columns now. Done. I arranged Amber on the left and Birch on the right.
Cool. Could you tell Birch to send a message to Amber, asking Amber which working directory she's in? Then get Amber to send a message back to Birch, and get Birch to send back a message to you.
I'll ask Birch to relay the working directory question through Amber and report back. Message handed to Birch. She's working on asking Amber and sending the answer back.
Okay, so there you go. I think this is completely acceptable. And I think the only problem is that the interrupt doesn't work. And that might be the reason why the other thing is working so well. But maybe we should keep it with this for now. And let's try to switch to another port again. Could you open the settings window? Ah, that's funny.
Opening settings now.
Yeah, so I imagine that if you're coming from a non-programming world, that there is a lot of words to use and things to wrap your head around. How's that been for you? Let's see if this is working. So testing again here.
This is the speaker a call will use.
What windows are open right now?
Checking the open windows now. There are 2 windows open. Claude Agent Amber on the left and Claude Agent Birch on the right.
Okay, so there seems to be no difference between what channel I'm using, and so that means that we probably can put on the music again without that should cause too much of an issue.
Sounds good. If you want me to start something specific, tell me what music or app to use.
It's been great. Like at the start, I would read everything to get a better understanding. Now I have confidence on what I don't need to read, so I can speed through things. True vibe coding. Nice. Well done, buddy.
That sounds like real
Oh, shoot.
progress. Knowing what you can safely skip is often
That's pretty nice. Have you been trying out some coding as well? So I have a buddy who's basically only doing marketing for a living, and he started up doing basically coding a SaaS from scratch using Claude Code, and he's been pretty successful at it. I've been quite impressed with him. To be fair, he's super smart, so I wouldn't expect anything less, but still, I think it's cool that this kind of technology makes the barrier to entry is so much lower. Like, there's still obviously a whole bunch of technical stuff that is really difficult to do, but I think the fact that you can get so easily started these days is just great. Okay, let's get back and give Claude the feedback, or maybe we should start focusing on something else. This is working well enough for now, and the only problem is not being able to interrupt properly. So I feel like that's a sacrifice that we might want to make. Oh, I didn't mean to code directly. What I meant was to direct an agent to code. Right. So what he does is he basically uses Claude Code to build out his SaaS, and then also using Claude Code to deploy everything and run it. I mean, I think nobody is really coding anymore these days. I think if they are coding these days, it's because they're still working towards where the rest of us are in terms of vibe coding. I still read some code every now and then, but that's only if I really want to get an understanding of what the agent is doing, and mostly check that my policies for how we're doing this coding is working out. My goal is to acquire customers that will pay for my lifestyle. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think that's basically the goal of anybody who's building a business, whether they do that using code or using no-code tools. So makes sense to me. Okay, so we need to get back to, do we want to spend our time on this? It seems like something we can solve quite easily by just reintroducing GPT real-time or postpone for later. It's not really a blocker for using the app. So I think the next thing we want to do is we want to bring Codex into this as well. So let's do that. Two things worth checking on your side. Right, Claude to Claude Code, to VS Code, to GitHub, to Vercel. That's what I'm trying to set up. But right now, I'm 100% unlovable. Okay, gotcha. So what's the next thing you're going to look into and learn about? Okay, let's check this out. So, did we complete all the tasks? On the voice. I tried to channels and there seemed to be no difference in how the model acts or how the system acts. Okay, so I'm curious, have we completed everything? Completed everything. It seemed like voice interrupt did not work. Is that on purpose? I want to use Fable 5 to get me to 7 figures. Since I'm using Lovable, I don't know what model I'm actually using. Oh, that's fair. I think, yeah. Again, I can't say much about Lovable, but oh, we still have a whole bunch of tasks to do. That probably explains why things are not working. Audio wired into the app. Okay. Could you complete the remaining phases? Let's check if it's still running. If so, we're just going to kill it. I'm curious, what are you doing for distribution to grow your business? I think this is probably one of the things that people are underestimating the most. That's how do you do the distribution? How do you get to a point where you actually get customers? So the implementation has started in 2 isolated tracks. The durable chat, vertical schema server. Okay, cool. So we're now implementing the chat for our virtual world. And this will work over WebSockets with a Postgres fallback and Redis for notifications. So that I think that's going to be cool. And we have thought in all of the different aspects in terms of how we're going to moderate this. And what about FastCoach? How are we progressing there? So it claims that it's getting much closer to being able to test this one again. So it says here 98, 98, 98. To be fair, that doesn't mean much. It can definitely mean that we're still very long or still very far away from where we want to be, but we should definitely be closer. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm playing around with paid ads myself just to get a feeling with how that works. I've also been trying out using cold outreach using agents, which I actually did manage to get 2 bookings on live calls with that, which I think is pretty cool. So basically, these agents has been looking up my ideal customer and sending mails out to them. I think at this point we're at 5,000 emails and a lot of no's, but a few yeses and a few we are actually interested in just hearing more, which I think is really cool. And so I think this is one of the aspects that people underestimate. So when we talk about vibe coding, we're all talking about how developers are going away. I think developers are not going away. The role has just changed, and who can do the role has changed. But the same counts for marketing and for many other aspects, that you're getting automations that actually allows you to do these things. And so a lot of times I view it as a arms race in who's the best at using the newest tools or the ones that gives you the best results. And I'm constantly playing around with these things. So would love to hear more about your experience with ads and what has worked well for you, and what your recommendation is on how to go about using ads. Okay, let's see. I think it's also a very interesting time. We're definitely ending up a place where we're going to have some people who are just really thriving in this world where you can do pretty much everything yourself with the help of agents. Nice. That's an interesting approach. I've not tried that yet. I've been looking at a tool called, I think, Cogni or something like that. Tried it very briefly. Let me just see. So I tried out this tool very briefly. It gave some suggestions on how to do some SEO optimizations, and then I have another one that I really think has been good fun. That's my automated cold outreach, which was done by this one. I think that one is also quite interesting. So XP and Cogni has been quite fun to work with, and I think we are only going to get more of these tools. And so really what matters is working out which are the best of these tools, and then being able to move fast on them. And actually, part of this is so what I'm really hoping to do here is, so this canvas we're building up, a workspace we're building up. The idea is to have the ability to create extensions, so you could bring in Claude, you can bring in Grok, you can bring in a whole bunch of data from different places, and then make sure that the graphs and recommendations is what's centered, so you don't have all of this extra text that's distracting you from what you should actually be doing. And I am really looking forward the time to come where we can try that out and actually get those integrations running within this new system that I'm building. Likewise, I'm actually using Codex for doing all of my, or a lot of my social media. If you followed a few live streams ago, what I did was I generated carousels. So I have a course on how to become really great at coding or vibe coding with AI tools. And so in that course, I have a full curriculum. So I use that to generate content that I put on social media. And so it can generate carousels and all of that. I don't recall if I probably have closed that one. Let's see, maybe it's here. That might be an old one where, let's see, is it? No, that's not the right one, is it? No, I think that one has been archived. But anyway, the point is that I'm using these AI tools in basically all of the aspects of what I'm doing. Also, when I'm writing guides, I'm using AI tools to actually write out the full document. And then I'm just reviewing and adding extra content saying, well, I want you to change this. I want you to do all sorts of stuff in terms of making it better. Yes, exactly. Right. So this is the whole thing. If the hypothesis is that software development is going away, the ones who are going to survive are the ones who are great at doing marketing. And so I have no doubt that I'm on the forefront of being able to use AI for something really positive. And now all I need is to develop the marketing skill. And to be fair, even without AI, that would be what I would be focusing on, because I think it's such an important skill, and you're basically doing people a disservice by not learning it, right? If you connect with the people who actually need your product and you're helping them overcome something that's a true pain in their life, well, you would be doing them a disservice by not finding them. And I think, for instance, Restream is a great example of that. I would still be doing live streams without Restream, but they've made so many things so much easier for me, and I would be at a much worse place. Yeah, I think marketing is definitely a useful skill. And I somehow wish that I would have been spending more time learning that. Don't get me wrong. I've had a blast doing what I'm doing with coding and been paid really well to do so. But a little bit more marketing skill would certainly not have hurt. That being said, I do feel that I'm picking up on the skill rather quickly, and I will get there. Even if it does mean making quite a few mistakes. So I got banned off Reddit earlier this year for not doing things the right way, and haven't gotten back on, but that's okay. You have to try something to learn what works and what doesn't. What do you mean? How long until I can launch the app and people can start trying it, or what do you have in mind? Oh, tell me more about that. Curious to hear. Oh yeah, obviously, like collecting feedback is super important in all of this. And sometimes if we're just sitting in our own little bubble, we will completely miss the point, which is it's also one of the reasons why I started building these things in public, because I think getting people to see what you're doing and just hearing their comments can help a lot in understanding where they think that you should be going. Okay, we're at phase 5, so hopefully we'll be done. No one ever listens to viewers, only listen to real users, real customers who you are targeting, otherwise the feedback is moot. Yeah, I kind of get your point, but that being said, I do think that while you're building things out initially, just connecting with people and hearing what they think is interesting, how they see the world, is an important point of view to have. It might not be guiding exactly where you're taking the product, but if the right viewers come along, they might be your first customers. They might also not. Let's see. Okay, so it's doing the full pass now, so hopefully we'll be able to test this in just a bit. But I'm curious, how would you go about getting your first customers for a new app? Yeah, that's definitely one thing that I'm going to try out. So Google Ads is definitely high on my list. And then also one of the experiments that I am running is just doing these things live to see if any of the people who tune in thinks that this is interesting. And if nothing else, I'd love to just connect with other developers and people who want to become great at building things with AI. And so really my vision for what I'm doing here is I want to have a platform where I can run the whole business from within a single app. But it's not for weak wallets. No, true. All right, let's get back and see if Codex has finished some of the work it's supposed to finish. Probably. Oh, yes, it has finished something. Let's check this out. And it seems to have been able to upload something as well. Let's choose a file here and just check that the upload is working as it's supposed to now. They look a bit funky, these ones. Uploading. Imagine dumping $500 into it before your first sale, then having to consider if getting a second is even worth it. Yeah, I don't have any hard time imagining that. So I'm pretty, what do you call it, generous with playing around with experiments like that. So I have been running some Google ads, and as I told you, I'm also running this XP experiment, which none of it is particularly cheap. But I think it's very important to do these things and try to understand how does it work and how can you leverage it to build out your business. Okay, so we now have a file uploaded. The transcript is ready. And it's transcribing some other file here. Codex upload. Okay, so some of these seems to be... I don't quite understand the user interface here. We need to ask it about that. Let's just pick the one that has finished transcribing. I think it would be great to be able to view the transcript within the app. But let's just take this one and try to run the training and see if the training actually works. We can see here how much storage we've used. We have up to 100 files available and up to 100 gigabytes. That's perfect. Let's try to create the codes from the transcript. Oh, next issue. Let's get back to Codex and say, okay. Next issue is that the training doesn't start. Let's just ask it also. Also, why are these stuck? Maybe we need a restart button. Cool. Free dead methods, chat stop, let's see. So I think overall it's done implementing what it's supposed to implement. It seems like it's in a cleanup phase where it's just checking the code and making sure it's complying with the repository policies. Is the business you've built out, is it a B2B or B2C business? All right, let's see, generate API key. It's B2C, okay, nice. Okay, cool. We should be ready to test something here. So what does it say? Nobody has spoken. What I need from you. Nobody has spoken to it. It compiles, it runs. And what specifically does it want me to do? Let's see. So the canceller is not. Compiles, runs, but the measurement and test suite, not a conversation. Given my record, this session, treated done, ready to try or not working. 2 specific things to watch for when you run it. The log will say, yeah, I'm not going to read the log, so I will be honest about that. You can do that, Claude. It says false. The interruption should work mid-sentence and keep your first word. If it doesn't, voice trace CVS still records it every time. One caveat, I didn't resolve myself. I can't launch the app. Why can't you launch the app? Okay. You should be able to launch the app. Anyway, let's do this and just check out if this is working. I really hope we're getting it right this time, because this was really not what I wanted to spend so much time on, but that's just how development is sometimes. Sometimes you end up spending time on things that really ought to be a solved issue. Okay. Let's bring out the terminal, we clear the chat. Let's start the call. Hey, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. Thanks for asking.
All right, we're using the wrong input here. Could you say some long sentence?
Let me check which Claude inputs are available. I'll send that
Stop.
to the Claude
I
agents.
would like you to do something else.
Sure. What would you like me to do?
I would like you to recite a long sentence. So come up with a long sentence and just speak it out.
Across the quiet desk, beneath the
Okay, so this doesn't work. It stops mid-sentence. That's not what we want. So we're going to copy the transcript, send it back to Claude for fixing, and oh wait, what do you mean you've even been to Bali? I have not been to Bali, if that's what you think. Maybe you're referring to yourself? The wrong sec. No, I'm from Denmark. How about yourself? Yes, I know Bangladesh, but I have never been myself. The closest I've been to Bangladesh is south of India. That was wonderful though. I could really do another trip there again. Yeah, you're kidding? So, not from Bangladesh. Where about then? Yeah, that's a possibility, but you know, I think it's still been an enjoyable conversation, so I don't really care either way. Okay, so I think in just a second. We are going to have a look at building out the download page and setting up Stripe payments as well. Most likely, let's see, this is still working, so there's nothing we can do here. Same counts for our map. That one is still working. And that will just crack on. Oh, but Claude has come back and is finished. So let's see what it's saying. One call, cancelable OneUp, the native unit running. Okay, so the old web view lines, echo cancellation, loop backup, references says silence. Well, yeah. Worth another try. And if it stops mid-sentence, okay, let's try this out. Let's see. Wait, what happened to music?
Hold up, everybody want it. Blonde hair, snatch waist, wanna talk to your mama face. Wanna blonde hair, snatch waist, wanna talk to your mama face. Wanna
Let's get this tested. Ah, from Canada. Nice. Where about in Canada? Okay, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, thanks. Ready to help.
Okay, so that's going over the sound. We're just going to turn that one down. Could you give me a really long sentence just so I can see if you're doing that well or not?
Absolutely. Here is a deliberately long sentence for testing the volume and
Okay,
speech
stop.
quality.
We need to do something different. Oh, nice. It seems like it actually stopped immediately. So maybe we have gotten this to work. What do you think the weather's like?
Great. It sounds like the interruption behavior is working properly now. I don't know your current location or live weather, but if you tell me the place, I can check it for you.
Okay, this is absolutely amazing. Could you bring up the settings window?
Give me a second to bring up settings. The settings window is open now.
Okay, interesting. So it's working now, but we have a whole bunch of things where it's saying it cannot cancel echo. So we can only, that one is not connected. So it's probably just using
Right.
the main thing. That's interesting. Okay, the key thing though is that it's working. That just means that we would need to route the music somewhere else. And we should be fine. Cool. Nice, Toronto. I really, yeah, I've been there once and actually had a pretty good time. I was only in Toronto for about 24 hours, and then I went to Sherbrooke and went out river rafting. It was pretty good fun. So it seems that Interrupt now works exactly the way that we want it to work. And so the downside is we can't, it seems that we can't route things through a whole bunch of the channels. That makes me a little bit sad, but I am willing to accept that. So let's just check out. Okay, that doesn't show the drop down list in the script. So let's just try to go back. In fact, actually, let's just scrap that. Let's say that this is done for now. It works well enough that we'd be able to interact with the system. And so the only problem is that we then need to route the music through another channel, and that's an acceptable outcome for now, at least. Then we can always build out a system where this is more thorough. Oh, but something happened with the little pill here. Okay. Another bug that we need to deal with. But all in all, okay, this is a great outcome. So what are we supposed to answer for it here? So let's see. Places now can't take everything. That was the same as the counselor. It's the interrupt. This is basically just one minor thing to do. Let's just add a tag to this because we have okay, let's do this. Please commit, tag, and push. Use some sensible tag so we can revert to this point if needed. Cool. So we are ready to move on to the next bit. But before we do that, let's just do one more thing and say, okay, I notice that a lot of the output channels are not supported. Is this something? And if so, how hard or easy is it? Just to get an idea whether we actually want to waste our time on this, because it's good enough now, and I think this is one of the things we need to avoid is going for perfection. We just need something that's good enough for starters, and then we can iterate from there. Okay, so let's see, what does it say? Fixable, and it's a known mechanism rather than a research project. Okay, this is great. I love things that are not research projects. So here's the honest shape of it. I don't like honest shapes. I really dislike that phrasing. But mostly the thing about that the AI tries to be honest. Why are they unsupported? Effects, aggregate device. Concretely. How hard? Moderately at budget a day with real risk of a sec. What does it mean, a real risk of a second? That's the most confusing sentence I've heard in a while. Day of budget with a risk of a second. Does this mean that it's estimating that the error bar on the day? Never mind. I'm going to just ignore that sentence. That really doesn't make me. Okay. Okay, but we have a. It's worth doing, but it isn't blocking you, and that's exactly right. It isn't blocking me. This is working, and I can just route the music through another channel, and we're done. But since this is what we're doing today, maybe we should just finish the task and be done with it once and for all, because I actually think this is a really nice feature to have in our system. The key thing here is that having a Whisper model doing the transcription allow us to install a local model at a later point and have the whole thing work for that. And by doing that, we are in a place where we can make it cheap to talk to the model. So unlike those systems that would be based on ChatGPT real time, our system would not consume money for you when you're doing the transcription, and I think that's a real benefit. And basically the benefit that you also see that some of the differentiators to some of the products that try to compete with Whisper is putting up. So I think that's what we'll be going for. All right, have fun with that. Let's just check how far along are we with this. %, whatever that means. Did it take that as an invitation to stop? Okay, it shouldn't. And this just seems to be going forever, but that's okay. I think we're making progress here. There is a chance that we will not die this month. So I think we have about 7 days left to actually complete this project. My goodness, I got a shock. So what is happening here? Is that Claude testing stuff? I think it is Claude testing stuff. Shoot, I nearly got a heart attack. Sounds like one of those old phones. Okay, we still have stuff to do, and I feel like we're getting a bit stuck here, just waiting on the different agents. So it's always, I feel like the most fun part of these live streams is the first part of the day, where you come back, the agent has done some work, and the first thing you get to do is investigate what it has done and see how much progress you have actually made. And right now we're just in a position where we're waiting a lot. So let me just check out some stuff here, because I think we can address some of the lower hanging fruits as well, which we need to have done. So while we're waiting for all of this to finish, let's just spin up another agent. So we're just checking whether we have recovered nicely from... Okay, so why do we not have access to that one? Let's see. Computer use. That one is disabled. Oh, really? This one, can we delete this social pilot? We don't need that one anymore. Okay, that seems that we can't do, but there are a whole bunch of things that needs attention there. So let me check out. Let's just see. Let's get that set back up. Because once we have that back up, we can start editing. We're testing again, it appears. Okay, so once we have the MCP server back up running, we'll be able to use that to update or to create the download page for this OneUp piece of software we are building, and also make it such that people can start signing up. Funny that the beeping sound is coming everywhere, so I think it just came out of my Mac studio speakers as well. We're slowly getting to the end of this live stream. We have about 10 minutes left. And I think those 10 minutes will be spent listening to this old telephone sound while Claude is testing things. And then in the meantime, we're going to set up this MCP server as well. See. Of course, it's registered in the project for different directory. The server config is intact in, but under. Okay, so we need to change folder and it should work. Could we install this globally? But both Claude Code and Claude, and also Codex. I can't believe this. I simply cannot believe this. It's again writing out a bearer token directly in the terminal. Despite the fact that I've nicely put it into environment variables, now I have to... Oh my fucking god. AI agents sometimes makes me very tired. So we can do this all over again. This is... We've now revealed another bearer token. It's definitely suboptimal. Oh wait, did it actually reveal the actual token, or did it? Let's try to bring that up on a different screen. Yep, it did. So it basically, instead of using the environment variable as I explicitly had asked it to do, it just writes out the bloody token into the terminal and during a live stream, so everybody has access to the API. That's wonderful. Okay, let's revoke that key immediately. That's done. And then I think we're just going to leave it at that. I will update this manually because clearly Claude isn't up for the job. And how are we doing over here? Are we getting any closer? The devices that cannot be cancelled and why combining them doesn't help. Most speakers are not the microphone's device. It does not work and it cannot be made to. Okay. Well, that's fine. At least we tried. And okay, and it actually gives some real numbers here on the cancellation, which is super nice, right? So it did a cancellation on the main duo. And I think... Okay, so as long as I just keep them in pairs, that should be fine. Overall, I would judge this to be a success, right? We understand why we can't do this, or at least when we can't do this. So this means that we would just need to be able to select the microphone as well, and then say, well, the chat is going through the chat, and that's it. And yeah, okay, cool. So I would go as far as to say we have solved this problem. We've solved it as well as we could do. We're able to speak to the system using a whisper model we'll be able to, at a later point, replace that Whisper model with a local model that will save us tokens and money. And we are ready to move on to the next stage, which should be implementing Codex, the Codex agent. So that's super exciting. That's actually a really good amount of progress we've had. Again, this has been a bit of a setback in the whole development, but I think it's completely worthwhile. So that's really cool. Let's see what the progress is on the other things. So this is still working and saying 99, 99, 99. This one over here, let's check. All right, with that, thank you for watching along. It's been a pleasure having you here, and I hope to see you again on the next live stream. So until then, take care.
To my heart, give into love, believe in us. Give into love, no matter what it does to my heart.